Ah, okay, I needed to turn the phantom power on. Yeah, that's right. This is a condenser microphone. Okay. Well, I've got the phantom power on now, so hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully that worked correctly. Yes, it did. Okay, but it's probably way too loud. If the meters on my OBS are telling me, if the meters on my OBS are telling me what's up. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's turn that way the hell down so that it's not overpowering my voice or anything else we're going to be doing today. Why did my microphone get turned off? Okay, things are going well already. I can sense it. Okay, well, I think we're good to go. So, we're going to, I guess we're just gonna get started. So, hello everyone. As the stream title suggests, we are going to be reacting to Monstercat 016, Monstercat 016 Expedition today. This is, in my opinion, the greatest Monstercat album of all time, and it's the album that actually got me into music production back in 2014, so just over 10 years ago. I guess before we start, a little bit about myself. I have been producing music as Stability since 2014, and also I have received, and I'm still receiving, classical training in college. So I know a thing or two about music theory as well. Generally, just like since a while back, music has been my lifeblood, and I'm always, I'm always eager to learn new stuff. So we're gonna see if there's anything new we can learn today, or I might just geek out about the EDM from the golden age, when it wasn't just the sound of throwing chord stacks into a toilet tank, because that's what most color bass is to me these days. Okay, let me find my web browsing scene. Here we go. We got a fancy little thing. So you were hearing, hopefully you were hearing that piano earlier. That's what I got here. So I've got this linked up to Embers. If you see me look off to the left like this a whole bunch, that's because my keyboard is off to the side. It's kind of difficult to get anything lined up. Actually, maybe I should reposition my webcam. Maybe I should reposition my webcam because I'll be sitting like this. Let's see if I can get this working. I have my doubts, but yeah, because this cable is kind of coming out the back, I don't want to knock my audio interface over. Oh no, that is working. Okay, so I'll just tape this down, and hopefully, if I just do that, then we'll be good to go. Okay, cool. So my webcam now sits, tracking is still a little off, but my webcam is now sitting so that I have my keyboard to my left here. Very good. And then my screen and all that is to the right. So I suppose with all that out the way, we will... Okay, it's still snapping my neck a little bit when I look over at my screen, but that's fine. That's fine, I suppose. Yo, okay, so I heard Derapy liked the video. Yeah, I posted this in the Derpscord. In the what is it? In the self promo channel. Yeah, if you want to type in chat, all you need to do is subscribe. That's just something I do to make sure I don't get like botted or some shit like that. I don't know how well it works, but you know, followers only mode seems to work on Twitch, so there's that. You don't need to be subscribed for any duration either. Just the second you subscribe to my channel, you'll be able to type. So, yeah, let's get started. I believe this playlist is in tracklist order. Yeah, it should be. And then we have the 2 continuous mixes at the end, which we're not going to focus on because we're already looking at all the songs. So, yeah, I actually remember where I was the exact moment this compilation dropped. I was in high school at the time, sitting in like the common area. It was like during a break or something like that. And I was watching the countdown to when this album would drop because they did this crazy thing where if you caught the time the album dropped, then they would just straight up give you a free download of it if you entered your email address in. Let me see. I wonder actually if maybe I can find the email I got from Monstercat. It's an old one, so it's probably been deleted by this point. But I do remember the exact email I got as well. So they were really pushing this album. And it was right after what was it? Yeah, okay, I can't find the email. That's fine. Cuz I had been put onto Monstercat by Au5, I think. Yeah, Au5 was the first Monstercat compilation I bought in full. So there's that. Let me see. Oh, it's in one of these. Okay, that's where that ping came from. Yeah, so this was coming right off Au5, which maybe I'll talk about Au5 someday, but just because it's like the first Monstercat compilation I bought. But if I had to give like a rating of the second best Monstercat compilation of all time, that would be Au18. Au18 also holds a special place in my heart. Au17 kind of sits in this weird like middle ground. What would be my third favorite? My third favorite might be Au15 just because it has Wuxia on it. That's a whole thing on its own. That was like my favorite song of all time for a while. But anyway, we're not talking about that today. We're talking about Au16. So we're gonna get started with Once Again by Tristam. Now, for those who are not well versed in the Monstercat lore, Tristam was one of the most popular artists on the label at the time because he was known for his lyricism and his vocal talent, which are quite impressive. So, whole self-made operation, unlike pop stars these days. He would produce the instrumental, write the lyrics, do the vocals, all that. So let's begin. And I messed around with the song a little bit off camera before starting stream just to make sure all my stuff was working. But okay, that was the first thing that I heard in this song that I thought was a little interesting. And it took me a second to realize what was happening. So, I think the song is in D minor. Why did I... What? Oh, because I hit stuff on my keyboard. Okay. So, first chord is going to be D minor. And then we have G minor. And then, I'm pretty sure the next chord is A7. And then we have this chord. Because it doesn't sound the same as a D minor chord. So if we go from the A7 to D minor, you'll notice that doesn't sound right. Listen. Do you hear that note on the top? Okay, so it's probably not... It's probably not A7, actually. I don't know what that chord is. But I'm quite confident that the second chord is G minor. Is that, is it just a G minor inversion? Hold on. Okay, maybe I've got this all wrong. Hold on. Oh, maybe it's D sharp minor, actually. Hold on. Maybe I missed that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it is in D sharp minor and not D minor. Okay, I don't know why I misheard that being like a semitone lower than it actually was. But, okay, so readjusting here. Our chord progression is going to be D sharp minor. And then G sharp minor. And then this will be... this is A sharp. I would think this is A sharp. Yeah, A sharp minor doesn't sound right. I'm pretty sure this is A sharp. And then we hear this chord. Because that note is a G, not an F sharp like you would expect. Or I guess in this case, if we're in D sharp minor, that note would be an F double sharp. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that note would be an F double sharp. Why is that F double sharp in there? If somebody knows. That's because this chord progression has a Picardy third in it. And a Picardy third is basically when, if we play this A sharp major chord again, a Picardy third is when you resolve to the major tonic instead of the minor tonic in the song. So, in this case, the chord progression is D sharp minor, this inversion, D sharp minor, and then G sharp minor, A sharp, and then D sharp major. And then it continues on. That chord right there is kind of a crunchy one. And I still can't quite put my finger on what chord that is. But I think it's like some sort of suspension. It could be either a D sharp suspended 2, or maybe it's the other idea I had was that it was a G sharp minor 6. And G sharp minor 6, yeah, G sharp minor 6 sounds a lot more right, actually. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so... Okay, I think I've got the chord progression nailed down. So, it's D sharp minor. You have to put a lot of emphasis on that high note, because that's where you hear it the most. G sharp, or D sharp minor. And then G sharp minor. A sharp major. And then D sharp major. And And then this becomes a G sharp minor 6. And then that resolves back to D sharp minor. Or it might be D sharp major again, actually. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds a lot more right. Let me think. Oops. Maybe that opening chord is also a D sharp major. Maybe that opening chord is a D sharp major as well. Hold on. I think it is. So it starts on this D sharp major chord, and then we go to G sharp minor, A sharp major, A sharp major, and then back to D sharp major again. And then we have that super crunchy G sharp minor 6. And then G sharp minor. And then finally D sharp major again. Wow, okay. That is a how okay. Yeah. Tristam kicking off the album straight away with something I never even considered. And then it's the same chord progression again. And there's that change to the chord right there that I was going to comment on earlier. So we have that G sharp minor 6 again. And then I think there, he just changes the inversion so that this upper note is now playing that G sharp. And then finally, there we go. That's the inversion. So it's basically just in a minor key, but with that major tonic on it. What is that? Okay, so that's major, because I don't think we ever hear that minor third either. So that would be this scale. What is that? That's like a major flat 6, flat 7. Whoops, that's not it. It's or maybe there would be a major 7 there because of that A major or A sharp 7. Okay, so right. What scale is that? Is that just like, do you just call that like major flat 6? I need to look this. I actually need to look this up. It can be, okay, so Wikipedia says this is the harmonic major scale. It can be considered a major scale with a 6th degree lowered, Ionian flat 6, or the harmonic minor scale with the 3rd degree raised. So if this song So this song could very well be in D sharp harmonic major then. If I'm reading all the chords right. As the sun steps down and escapes the day, and you can hear that piano in the back. There, right there, that last note is another sign of this this like harmonic major weirdness. So we hear like sun steps down and it fades to gray. Okay, so there is that flat 7 right there. As the sun steps down and fades to gray. Okay, I don't actually. Yeah, there we go. So when he says walk away from the fray, it goes something like, and he hits that G natural or that F double sharp again, which again would not actually work if this was in the key of if this was just in the key of D sharp minor the whole time. So that F double sharp changes everything. And I think the piano also kind of traces that that vocal line. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, and there's that D sharp major chord again. Okay, I cannot get over that. I'm sorry. Okay, what comes after that? I don't know what comes after that. Hold on. Is that where... Hold on. Does that minor third come back? There's no way, right? It does! Okay, hold on. And then I can't... It's not that. It's not that. I know that much. Sorry, I'm just like... Is that it? Is that it? Is it, it's like... That sounds like it could be it. So it could be D major or D sharp major. And then This could be, actually, wait a minute. This could also be F sharp major. Like that. Huh, I actually don't know. That's like a polyphonic lead though. Cause if I were able to trace it down to a single note like that, this would make my job a lot easier. I'm gonna roll with that for the time being. Because we've already spent like way too long on this one song. We're not even like halfway through the first drop yet. But I'm pretty certain, I'm like at least 80% certain that's what it is. There's another, you can hear that lead too. Okay, so that's also in a minor key right there. Is the lead harmonizing there? Okay, the lead might be harmonizing there actually too. Or maybe it's just like parallel force or something like that. Okay. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails. Okay, I'm probably not gonna sing. I'm gonna try not to sing too much, but because I'm quite sure there's latency between my mic and the audio, so it'll just sound awful, but. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I can hear the underlying bass notes at least. That's like a fairly standard. It's 1, 6, 4, 5. I think I've used that progression a dozen times as well. But if I just try to play that in sync, accounting for the delays here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I hear that. Very good. Okay. I've always okay. I this is bringing back so many memories all at once. And now that I have like classical training and understand music theory and everything, and I've been producing for 10 years, I just have like a newfound appreciation for Tristam's work from this time period. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So this kicks the album off to a very, very strong start. Stronger than I realized back in the day when I was first listening to it. Back then, I was really just like hyped for Tristam. Okay, so I haven't messed anything up. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Then we can get to the next song, which will be Rat Twist by Pixl. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, let me check my messages on Discord real quick. All right. While I was up there, I just went to grab my iPad. It's on the music stand for my keyboard now. Here it is. All right. We're back. Let's see. Yeah, because then I can check up on stuff while I'm here, and it'll be a lot easier to monitor the stream that way. Yeah. So I'm gonna lose track. I'm gonna lose tracking a lot as I look over towards my keyboard, but whatever. All right. Time check. I spent 39 minutes talking about Once Again. Okay, this is gonna be a very long stream. We have 30 songs to get through. So if I spend half an hour talking about the first song on this album, then we're gonna be here for 15 hours. I don't want to go through that. Look, I love this music, but I don't want to go through that. So we're gonna try and blitz through the rest of it. Rat Twist. This is the next one. Okay, so there's that ostinato right there. I just need to determine what key this is. What? Okay, I think this might be in G sharp minor. Hold on. Yeah, it's in some key that contains that. But we have that. We just have a very simple ostinato in the beginning. Okay, I think that chord progression is just a simple 1-4 back and forth. Yeah, okay, so this song is in G sharp minor. And it's just a simple, yeah, okay, so that's just a 1-4 back and forth, but obviously you have that straight 4 on the floor pattern as well. Oh, that chromatic run right there too. I don't know if you can hear that in the bass line. Hold on, I'm gonna rewind a bit. That's a chromatic run just from the third down to the down from the third to the tonic. Very good. Yeah, right there. Okay, that's... Hold on. Can I make out... Okay, I don't know if that's actually like a chord of some sort. This just like the mystery resonance, but that just signals like we're about to hit. Okay, hold on. That's probably 6 then 5, right? Where's the 6 in... Hold on, where's the 6 in G sharp minor? Or maybe it's not. Hold on. No, that's the flat 5. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's like bringing some of the... That's like bringing some blues scale into it. Okay. Okay, because normally when I hear that, okay, because normally when I hear that half step down, that was very... I knew that was like a half step down from one tone to another. But I wasn't sure if that was... I initially assumed, because this is a very common chord progression, you heard the 1, then the flat 3, and then I thought it would go up to the flat 6. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. So I knew something was off there. So that's actually the flat 5 and then the 4. So it's in like some sort of so it's either just like the blues scale, or some like Locrian Aeolian mixed business. But yeah, that's a completely different... Wow, that gives a completely different feel from the normal, like... Yeah, you don't hear that in the drop. Wow, okay. And then there. There he actually goes up to the 6. Okay. Yeah. And this is like the classic Pixl sound. Looking back, this is how you know it's a Pixl song. It has like that sort of plucky, sawtooth lead with those chord stabs underneath. That was a signature of Pixl sound back in the day. You could hear this on Sugar Rush as well. Sugar Rush had a very similar type of sound to this one. Hold on. Was there another like major tonic in that as well? Yeah, the melody stops on the major third again. Okay. This song is 11 years old and it still slaps. I swear. Whoa, okay, that was a mode change. I think it stayed in G sharp. But that was a mode change. Why is my keyboard not registering any input? What the fuck? Oh, because I had it set way too low. Let me hear that again, hold on. Okay, maybe it wasn't a mode change, actually. But yeah, I was just used to what I heard in the first drop with that. Okay, so this time it just went from the fourth. That cadence went just from the fourth to the flat third. So, oops, wrong note. And then here, it just kind of this, like... I think that's just like a slide from... Where does that go? Hold on. I think it just slides down like a whole step. From the G sharp to the F sharp. Yeah. And then here... Okay, so I think if I want to get through this in a reasonable amount of time, we're going to have to do this with minimal rewinding. Yeah, we're now 50 minutes in. I spent an additional 20 minutes just talking about Rat Twist. Okay. This. Shout out Nitro Fun. He's probably not watching the stream. I wish he was. Shout out Nitro Fun. This is the song that got me into EDM production. Because when this song dropped, I very quickly learned, from like looking at threads on Reddit and comments on YouTube and stuff like that. Nitro Fun is a year younger than I am, and he made this. So this is literally the song that inspired me to start making music, because I was like, hold on. If somebody who is a year younger than I am can do this, then maybe I can too. So when I think about it, like I really owe everything my time as a musician has come to Nitro Fun and this song, New Game. And this was way ahead of its time as well. Not just like with the video game sounds, which became like Nitro Fun's signature, with his remix of Televisor's Old School was actually what started that. It's a little known fact. I think it's a relatively little known fact because everyone just loves New Game and everyone knows New Game. But Nitro Fun's first appearance on the label was actually through a remix contest that Televisor was holding. Televisor. Yeah, you all don't need to see who I'm subscribed to on YouTube. It's fine. All right. Yeah, this was Nitro Fun's true, like, actual debut on Monstercat, because what was it? This was before I actually got invested in the label's music as well. But Nitro started out with a remix contest of this, and I could play the original song as well. But yeah, they were holding a remix contest, and Nitro Fun was the winner of it. And this song was actually his like true debut on Monstercat. And it has that like classic chiptune sound that just became his signature from then on. I mean, his logo is just his name in like Pixl. That's like the Minecraft font. That's kind of funny, but yeah, it's just like very, very chiptune-y inspired sound. Yeah, and you can hear those like it's going back and forth between the two channels as well. Wow. Yeah, and there's some of like the guitars and the slap bass from the original song as well. But that like gosh, I don't even know what to call that sound, but it was like that snappy thing. That's like a very distinctly like 8-bit sound. You can hear that lead in the back as well. So Nitro Fun was on Monstercat. Nitro Fun was on Monstercat before New Games drop. That's just like the fun. That's like the tidbit that I wanted to talk about with this song, because I started learning the history from it there. Like, I had listened to this song every so often just from like listening through Au5 but I never really realized that this was the history that would lead us to Okay, so I think I remember back in the day. Hold on. What key is this in? Okay, so it is F sharp minor, but that ostinato in the beginning. Yeah, okay, so So that ostinato in the beginning is simply just like... But in the bass of that, you can hear... So that's 1, 3, 4, 6, and then 7. And then there's that harmony. Oh my god, I'm like tweaking out. I'm like tweaking out and geeking out at the same time. Okay, so then it harmonizes with yeah, okay, so the third right there, it's just simply like... Yeah, so that's the third right there. I can't really play it that fast at full speed. Yeah, but that just adds like it's not the same as like when you normally cuz the normal approach to harmonizing a lead section, everybody uses just like parallel fourths or parallel fifths or parallel octaves. So it's such an underrated way of doing it. That just adds using like parallel thirds or parallel sixths. That just adds so much more like texture to it. More people need to be doing that, myself included, I think. Oh, there was a bit of a change there. You can hear that like bit crush snare as well. That pulse lead is just like slowly rising. Like you're just pushing the pitch bend wheel up an octave or so. That sound! Okay, the sound Nitro Fun uses in this, I'm getting so excited. Okay, the sound Nitro Fun used in that, I recognized it immediately. It's from a Mario game for the Nintendo DS. I think it was Super Mario 64. In one of the mini games, you're playing like shuffleboard with the shells, and when the shells collide with each other, they make that sound. So Nitro Fun sampled that for the drop in New Game. I recognized this immediately because I remembered playing this minigame on my brother's Nintendo DS. It was a DSi XL actually, but there, the Mario pipe sound as well. So this is Nitro Fun like absolutely like leaning hard into this like retro video game aesthetic in his music. Okay, so that's just like a simple lick right there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's borrowed from the beginning, cause yeah, it's just borrowed from the beginning. Yeah, wow, okay. So that's just the same as like you can hear bits of that ostinato in the beginning as well. That's a major 6 as well. Okay, so even in the melody, wow, everybody uses accidentals in this. So Okay, I don't know what happens after that, but yeah. Yeah, that's a raised 6 right there as well. Okay. Because normally in F sharp minor, the notes would be, but that's like a little bit of that's like borrowing a note from the parallel Dorian scale instead. Okay. And here comes that ostinato again. What is that note? Oh, okay, that's it. Okay, so it's... Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's actually like that's entirely, I'm pretty sure that's like entirely an F sharp Dorian then. Okay. And then the second drop is just a reprise of the first one, I think. Very common back in these days. I mean, it still is. I always like to change things up in my songs, though. And then that change as well. I'm pretty sure that's just... Oh no, it goes up to the minor 7. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, the harmony on the lead again. Okay. Yeah. Those are parallel thirds again, I think. I'm not going to waste too much time on that because I've wasted enough time already. How I spent... Okay, we're at an hour in. Okay, so I was actually reasonably quick with that one. Yeah, how I managed to spend an hour on 2 songs off this album. I haven't even talked about, like, just generally the production and sound design either. Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure this song is in F minor. That might have just been a lucky guess. Yeah, this song's in F minor. Okay. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the second part of the melody, but... Okay. Hold on.
Sunlight is not enough. We could burn like
Okay, that could be anything. That could be either a E flat major or C minor. I think it's E flat. I think it's E flat major though. Yeah, so it would be like F minor, E flat major, and then B minor, or B flat minor. Yeah, B flat minor. Oh no, wait, that's C. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, F minor, E flat major, and then this is probably like that could be either I see that being either A flat major or just C minor again. No, that's probably A flat major. What am I doing? Hold on. Yeah, okay.
enough. We could burn like a flame through the atmosphere. Yeah. Starlight, it's calling us. Leave the ghosts of our past in the stratosphere. Oh yeah, yeah, it's calling us.
Okay, I want to figure this melody out. That's it. Okay. Okay, I don't know why Embers is stuttering, but okay, so that's just a yeah, that's okay. That melody is an F minor pentatonic then. Yeah, that just touches the first, third, fourth, fifth, seventh, and then back to the first again. Okay, yeah, that's an F minor pentatonic melody as well, which is yes, that's okay. Very good. Yeah, if you know what if you learn what pentatonic scales are, it becomes very easy to just make like any melody that works. Oops, that wasn't part of the scale. Because there's no unlike when you write in the full diatonic scale, a pentatonic scale takes, at least a minor pentatonic scale, takes the 2nd and the 6th out. And you can probably already hear why, because these are the two notes in the scale where there's a tritone's distance between them, which is like... You can hear that's like one of the most dissonant intervals in 12-tone equal temperament. Besides the minor second. The minor second is also a pretty dissonant interval right there. But the tritone is one of the most dissonant intervals in the minor in the diatonic minor scale. So when you take those two notes out, it becomes like next to impossible to go wrong. Okay, so yeah. I'm not the best keyboardist, so I apologize, everyone. I've never actually taken like any formal training in keyboard, but yeah, very good for sketching out musical ideas anyway. This is a yeah, Casio CTX700. Full-size keys and everything. So yeah, I just use that for like sketching out ideas and whatnot. And this is like very classic 2014, 2015 drop. Those vocal chops are so good though. Okay, there's a little bit of a, the Melodies B section has some different notes in it, yeah. I'm pretty sure Astronaut also made their first appearance in Monstercat in 015. Oh, Nitro Fun's remix of Old School was 015. The original mix of Old School was 014. Okay. Yeah, I'm remembering that correctly. Oh yeah, I wonder why this didn't make it on the compilation. That's probably why I've like I completely forgot about it until now. I don't think this made the compilation. I wonder why. Right, next song is going to be... Ah, okay. I don't understand why they put I don't understand why they put the remix first on this in front of the original, but whatever. It works anyway, so I'm not even going to like I don't think I'm even going to try and bother like harmonically analyzing this one, because 7 Minutes Dead and Haywyre are both so like on another level. I mean, if you've ever seen Haywyre play any of his songs live, it's ridiculous. So I'm not even gonna, I don't think I'm even gonna be able to like be bothered trying to analyze this one. So that'll cut down on time for this stream, but I'll inject my commentary in whenever I can. So it has this kind of, yeah, there's that shuffle timing that gives it this sort of this it's like trip hop feel almost. And that synth, oh, that synth is so good. That little record scratch too, oh my god. Yeah, we'd be here for like another hour if I tried to figure this song out. I probably could, but it would take way too long. And we have that change up in the verse in the middle with a slap bass as well. Little piano solo there. I'm pretty sure Haywyre played this. I think Haywyre played this because I've seen him play the keyboard. Little chromatic run in there. God, I love how like artificial that piano sounds. I don't know if you can hear it, but that's like a very artificial MIDI sounding piano, but at the same time it just works. It just works in the context of this song. That's very clearly like a sampled piano where like the velocity, it wasn't recorded at like you know, different velocities like some of the higher end sampled pianos are. And there's the main riff from the original song. We'll get to that when we get to it. And we just launched straight back into the drop. Oh man, if we were reacting to if we were reacting to Au17, okay, we may have to do this on a later stream. If we were reacting to Au17, then I would 100% have to take us through the Schism as well, because like the Schism is like Haywyre's absolute masterpiece. Okay, and this is like the B section of the drop with the slap bass again. So the second drop is mostly a reprise of the first. Yeah, I heard a chromatic run embedded somewhere in all of those like really jazzy chords. Is that being looped on itself, or is it like... Ooh, the way it trails off there is so good. Okay, next one. This is, wow, I haven't listened to Droptek in ages. Okay. Did I just hit... Okay, I just hit the right one. Okay, so very simply in D sharp minor there, I think. Yeah, and then there's that. Wow, that's way too fast for me to play, but oh, okay, I forgot this switch up was in here. That's pretty neat. Okay, so it is sort of like pentatonic with that added second. Ah, you can hear the vocal chops in the background as well, over that. Oh, a little bit of a change up in the melody there. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so not much to say on that one. I really do, I love that, this was like a very common thing in these, like, I think it'll come up again in a later song on this album. But that like percussive lead was also a very common thing, on like Big Room and Trap and all that, and you know, people really liked to hate on Big Room back in the day because it was made for like giant speakers at a festival. It did not go off on headphones like it does live, because I've been to a couple of live festivals where it was all like these Big Room set lists, and when you put it on those like giant speakers, it does go ridiculously hard. But the experience is not the same on headphones, and people back in the day really liked to hate on Trap for that as well. Until Aerochord hit the scene, but that's a whole different story hindsight is 2020, and all that. Yeah, thank goodness I don't have to speak on AeroCord, because we're not reacting to Au17. Yeah, I'm gonna go. How many songs in are we? Jeez. Okay, we're only 6. Okay, so we're 6 songs in, and we've been streaming we've been live for about an hour and a half. So that means that that means by the time we're through this, we're gonna be if we took an hour and a half to get through 6 songs, then by the time we're done with this, we're gonna be like fucking 9 hours into the stream. All right, I'm gonna go get some water because otherwise I'm gonna lose my voice from shouting and rambling and all that. So I will be right back. I saw my viewership peak just moments ago, which you know, is important I think is important for smaller streamers to keep track of. Not so much once you're past like 20 CCV or higher, but check the pin message in chat. If you're wondering why you're unable to type in chat, all you need to do is subscribe. It's free, it's quick. You'll gain instant access to type in the stream chat if you subscribe, and you can always unsubscribe later on if you change your mind. Okay, so recap. We just got done with What's Going On featuring Isabel Higuero by Droptek. Just making sure all my audio's in place. What are we up against? What are we dealing with next? Oh, this is literally what I just talked about. Okay. I remember I remember when the original song dropped for this, and everyone in the Monstercat community was so divided on it. And this has happened a number of times before with Pegboard Nerds tracks in particular. You know, we had it wasn't just Bassline Kickin, but also it was Bad Boy. Bad Boy was like another very divisive track from Pegboard Nerds and the Monstercat community. But looking back on it, they were innovating on that shit. They were doing stuff that nobody else did. So and I mean, I loved those songs. So I still struggle to understand why they were so divisive back in the day. And this one actually does something different with the song too. Bassline kicking, yes, I'm grooving. Yeah, that like lead section right in there was not present in the original song. Yeah, there's that like tuned percussive lead again. Very common thing in big room and trap around this time. Okay, so hold on. Is this in D sharp minor again? No, it's not. Okay, I think it's an E minor. Yeah, okay, so that's it. It's just a simple, like... Or is it... Maybe that actually pedals on the fifth over there. Okay. Yeah, that sounds a lot more right. Okay. I'm not going to try and play along because there's a little bit of latency from my keyboard. You can hear like that bass line as well. It's very subtle, but I hear this bass sound as well. That's just pedaling on that E note. Okay, very good. I don't know what that lead section is. Oh, what came after this song? What came after this song? Why is the next release thing static? They always do this. They always did this when like something happened. When something was happening. Give me a moment. Yeah, they would always do that. When the... I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, they would always put static for the next release like this whenever something big was going to happen. I wonder what that could have been. Okay. This was another... There was a lot of crazy stuff that happened around this. Oh, man. When they were initially teasing this song. I don't know why they did... I don't know why Monstercat did this. This is like the thing that's... This is the thing that's puzzling. I don't know why Monstercat had so much, like, mystery and hype around the song. Because when when it was the next song to come out, they did not reveal who the artist was, and that caused like a massive stir in the Monstercat community because it left everyone guessing. And I heard some of the most ridiculous theories as well from when they released or when they teased a snippet of it. And I don't think anybody had any reason to believe that this was Case in Point. Because I mean, I myself had never even heard of Case in Point until this song dropped. Yeah, I had never heard of Case in Point until this song dropped, and there was so much mystery around it for looking back for what I'm pretty sure was like no apparent reason. Or maybe it's just like they were trying to hype up a brand new artist on the or two brand new artists. Case in Point are two people. But maybe they were just trying to hype up like a brand new duo that was like making their appearance on the label for the first time. But they put so much mystery around it. There was so much mystery around it. I thought they had everyone guess what who the artist was, and I thought something completely out of left field. I remember this. I remember this clearly from back in the day. I thought this was Insane Like and Pegboard Nerds. I thought Insane Like and Pegboard Nerds got together to make this one because to me it like really sounded like them. But no, it was Case in Point. There was a lot of mystery behind it for reasons I don't understand, unless it was just because they wanted to generate hype around a brand new artist on the label. But it had been long since Monstercat 009 released, and I mean we were already like 7 albums out from that, but people were still speculating about when Ifixa would return to the label. So there were people and I learned the history as I was getting into the music. There were people who legitimately thought that Ifixa would be the artist behind this song. And, I felt so bad for them because anyone with even some amount of intelligence, like even back in the day when I was just starting to learn all the lore of Monstercat, I was like, there's no way this is Ifixa. They would not do that to us. They would not do that to us for a random compilation. And Ifixa would not come back to the label until Matches with Stephen Walking. So it was a very long time coming. But yeah, I was like, there's no way this is Ifixa. This is like either some artist we're well familiar with and it's just like supposed to be a big release from them, or it's somebody we've never even heard of, which the latter turned out to be the case when it was revealed that this was Case in Point. But let's see. I'm trying to find the key. Hold on. No, that's not right. Okay, I think this is in G minor. Or is it? Hold on. No, it's in G sharp minor. Okay. Oh, that's like a piano. That's like a sampled piano, but it's been like resampled. Can you hear that? That's a piano that's been resampled to sound a little more like a synthesizer, like a wavetable. Listen again. That has like the exact same partials as a piano playing in that octave. But like the attack and sustain do not sound natural at all. It just sounds like it's like buzzing at a constant sustain. But that very clearly has like that the same overtones as I'm fairly convinced they took a piano, resampled it, and turned it into like a wavetable-like thing for that. Wow. Yeah, that sort of choir in the back. Release the savage. Okay, so that chord progression was 1, 4, 3, 7. Yeah, and then we have a bit of a break here. And then the second drop, I do know the second drop in this one is just a reprise of the first drop. This is like one of the things I miss about some of these old school electro tracks as well. Because if you notice on this drop, like the lead on this thing is front and center, whereas opposed to compare that to like some of my tracks, a lot of modern electro very prominently features like these big chord stacks and stuff like that. So, for example, if I do Echoes 2024 and skip forward to the melodic section of the drop, there is still that lead that's very prominently there, but there are these giant supersaw chord stacks backing it, and we don't get any of that in this song. It's just that the lead has so many layers to it that it kind of fills the entire audio spectrum. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out the melody. Yeah, so it's, I'm pretty sure it's just that. It's the 5th, the 4th, and the 7th. So it's sort of another pentatonic, minor pentatonic scale thing. But yeah, there's like no chords in the background. The lead is just front and center, sort of just punching through the whole thing. I find that's kind of a rare thing in like electro house these days. Okay, I highly doubt Spection will be the next one, but Fractal's another artist I would love to talk about. I do know there's an Au5 and Fractal song on this one as well, so... Holy shit, we are 8 songs in. How long have I been live? I don't know how long I've been live, but... Had to be a long time. Okay. Yeah, there was so many hype moments in this compilation. It's all coming back to me every time we come back to this thing. This marked like the return of hard dance after way too long. I'm trying to remember like when did hard dance disappear from Monstercat, because there was a very long dry spell. There was a very long dry spell where there was no trance or hard dance for the longest time. And trance made a return in 015. Okay, so I think the Mitchell Claxton was keeping trance going for a bit, because Mitchell Claxton released Fire Vortex on 013. Then we had nothing on 014, and then Mitchell Claxton released Wuxia on Monstercat 015. And that was when yeah, so trance releases were few and far between, but they were there. Hard dance, on the other hand, I'm trying to think, like, because hard dance had not made an appearance on a compilation for a very long time. I'm gonna try and find a list of Monstercat songs on my iPad, so I can try and determine when this happened. Okay, well, basically, I can't be bothered to look right now because it would be I'd be wasting a lot more time than I already have. But it was a very long time since there was a hard dance release on Monstercat. So when this was teased in the next release part of the end screen, there were tons of people who were like freaking the fuck out. And also, Atmozfears was Atmozfears is the alias of Tim Van de Stat, or TVDS. And TVDS had not made an appearance since like 011 or something like that. It was like 011 or 012. So when people began linking Atmozfears to TVDS, there was even more hype around this as well, because there were a lot of people who liked TVDS, and there had not been a release from him in a long time. And I like this song as far as hardstyle songs go too, because it goes through like sort of different phases. There's actually a progression to it. It's not like the second drop is just a reprise of the first drop. But yeah, that's the classic like hardstyle kick. I think hardstyle made like
your state of mind.
I think hardstyle made a bit of a comeback in like it was like 2019 maybe. Yeah, there was a short period where hardstyle made a bit of a comeback. I mean, it's easy to see why, in my opinion, if you listen to a song like this one. Yeah, that classic like screechy lead as well. That's a staple of hardstyle as well. That LFO.
Enter this mystical world. Transform your state of mind.
Oh man, those chords are so good. Oh, I love that.
Transform your state of mind.
And then here's the melodic part. Okay, I think this song is in C minor. It's either in C minor or F minor. One of those two. Yeah, this is an F minor, okay. Here we go. You can hear slowly, you can hear the slow dive in the lead right there as well. Oh, that's good.
State of mind.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, the hardstyle kick gives the song just that it gives it that sort of like backbone throughout the entire thing. That's so good. That dotted eighth part too. Do you hear how, did you hear how, like, the fourth beat in each of those happened, like, ever so slightly early? It was like, okay, I can't do it perfectly on this keyboard, but it's like 3 quarter notes and then, no, it's 2 quarter notes and then, like, a dotted eighth.
I just gotta know.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop it there for a second. Yeah, that just adds sort of this this like variation to it, rather than going into the outro with just straight quarter note after quarter note. It's the little details that count, okay? Okay. Yeah, I had to pause it before we get to this next one because this if we were reacting to 014, I'd be talking so long about the Manslaughter VIP. But let's be friends. We're ahead of their time.
But I just gotta know
One thing.
Are you ready?
No, you guys are not.
No!
You guys are not ready for this one.
Are you ready?
I'm gonna turn this up. Oh, the number of like different sounds they just inject into it throughout to keep it interesting. You can hear that sawtooth, that like super saw riser in the back. It's slowly rising in pitch. So they just, yeah, Let's Be Friends just clobber you out the gate with this one. And you would think that it's gonna go like to a climactic part at this, with how it keeps building up, but then, and it's gone quiet. This is so good. I love this. Okay, I need to identify that first note. There we go. Okay, so I think this is an F sharp minor. It's like F sharp minor or A minor. Okay, so this song is an A minor. Yeah, the way that lead just, like, cuts through the mix as the rest of the elements fade in. Or maybe it's in D minor. Hold on. It might be in D minor, actually. And here comes the second drop. Okay, this is absolutely in D minor. Oh, that harmonization. Okay. I need to bring the octave up. Okay, so we started with this. And then we get that harmonization where it's like, it's something like that. Something along those lines. And that ostinato right there. Okay, so this is actually in the key of D. I was mistaken. I'm expanding this keyboard. Hold on. I'm gonna expand this keyboard out so that we have access to the full keyboard, because I'm gonna be jumping octaves a lot. And it just keeps going. God, I would kill to hear this live. I would absolutely kill to hear this song live. Oh my god. And then we have that build up again. All right. I gotta use the bathroom again because I've been drinking a lot of water. It's just water this time. Because if I don't stay hydrated, I am going to lose my voice. But I'll be right back, and then we can talk about this next song, which is it's another absolutely legendary. This is just an absolutely legendary album. There's a reason why I say this is the greatest Monstercat album of all time. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Let me try and find my web browsing scene again. Here it is. Stuff is still working. Okay. we are ready to begin talking about Blue by Au5 and Fractal. Yeah, Au5. These are two other artists who are ahead of their time, absolutely. If this song were released today in 2025, people would be like absolutely amazed by it still. I'm very strongly convinced of that. All right, time check. We're 11 songs in. We're 11 songs in and we've been live for 2 hours. That's fine. We're only gonna take 6 hours to go through this entire album. Oh, I'm starting to regret this decision. Should we? I wonder if maybe I should do like a part 2 to this stream. We'll figure it out. All right, so you'll understand why this song has like, as far as like some of these old school Monstercat songs go, you'll understand why this song has aged so well if you just start listening to it. Okay, first off, shout out to Au5 and Fractal for including like one of the most resonant snares I've ever heard. Do you see that spike? Do you see this spike every time the snare hits? That's the body of the snare. It's like one of the most resonant snare bodies that I've ever heard. But also, if you just listen to this, there's already so much going on. It's like a symphony of... Like, you hear that lead in the back? Those like, various bass sounds. There's like a dozen of them in there. The vocal chops. Some of the glitchy textures in the back. That ping as well. It's so good. Hear that little drum fill in the back as well. There's a pad, there's the lead. There's an arpeggio in the back. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this song is in C sharp minor. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say for this one. Oh, wait. Okay. That bass had like this phaser that made it sound like it was going up, but then the sub bass. Okay, hold on. Listen to that. Did you hear the sub bass? You probably also saw it on the visualizer, but you saw like the sub bass went down as this like comb filter on the bass on top was going up. Oh my god, that's so good. And then there's like the classic growls as well. And now we have this melodic interlude. Yeah, this song is in C sharp minor, okay. And this is the reprise at the beginning. You can just, if you listen closely enough, you can just hear like the sheer amount that's going on in this song. And yet it all just works together so well. Yeah, they high pass that and just gradually bring it down so you could only hear the highest overtones at first. Here it comes. Oh, that's one of my favorite things. It's such a... okay, I know this is such a small thing, but it's like one of my favorite things in all of EDM. When you have the build-up, and right before the drop, there's just that lone snare, and everything cuts out. This is where I learn all of my tricks from. There's that slight switch up on the... there's like that very small fake out as well. That part's different. That's different. And then I think here we get the reprise of the first drop. That arpeggio on the back as well. Everything about the song is so good. And then that like, is that a scale run? That sounded like it was just a straight scale run, really fast, going up. The entire Secret Weapon EP. There's so much old like Monstercat stuff that I need to react to on stream and whatnot. But the entire Secret Weapon EP is so good. Yo, Sheffield Dave, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the sub. We are okay, hold on. I need to stop it right here. Discovered you through the Super Ghostbusters reaction. Oh man, that's a good one. Yeah. That's like one of the most viewed videos on my channel, so I'm not entirely surprised at that. Yes, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I'm just reacting to Monstercat 016. We spent, if you want an idea of like how much of a music nerd I am, so far we have spent 2 hours on 11 songs. So we're gonna be here a while as I just break down and analyze what makes all of these songs so great. I mean, in the beginning we had gone on like this whole tangent about oh, that's an octave too high. Yeah, we had gone on like this like huge tangent about how I'm pretty sure once again is like either in the harmonic major scale or it just borrows some of those chords. And then like Rat Twist had a flat 5 with a scale. I have 2 keyboards, both tiny, nice. Yeah, I have a tiny keyboard as well. I have a little Akai LPK 25. I don't really I'm not a big fan of that one. I just use it when I'm on the go because the keys are like super springy and hard to register anything. But this Casio CTX 700, it has full-size keys and they're a little springy, but it's fine. What I really want to get is I want to get a pair of the Rolly keyboards, the ones that light up when you hit the keys, because then I could do some really cool stuff with like explaining music through that. But yeah, we had just got done. We just got done breaking down "Blue" by Au5 and Fractal, a song that was way ahead of its time. Like, you need to go back and listen. You can check back in the VOD once I've got this done. But there's like so much to unpack in that song. It's just this like symphony of various different sounds. This is the greatest Monstercat album of all time, and I'm just explaining why. But here we are at another classic by Tristam. I think he's made 2 appearances on this album. It started with Once Again, which was the opening track, and a very strong tone setter for the album. This is Till It's Over. And judging by the fact that it's one of the most viewed songs on Monstercat's entire YouTube channel to this day, I think that should say enough about it. So, we're gonna get started. So already with this melody, I tried producing a cover of this song a while back, and I might come back to that at some point. But from that, I did learn that this song was in G minor. Okay, I can't do it off the top of my head, but yeah, something along those lines. Why is it giving off JRPG vibes? Probably because it's played on this like music box or this glockenspiel type instrument. But the arc that this song tells. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. There's an arpeggio in there as well. It's more like the melody itself rather than the instrumentation. Ah, interesting. Can you hear the chords in the background? It becomes especially prominent at this exact moment. They're kind of in the background until this point, when like there's this huge leap in the upper voices, and they suddenly just start to stick out, and then they retreat back. That's so good. And there is one part in this melody I want to talk about. Let me try and get my bearings on this. Okay, that's roughly the melody there. So it does sort of this scale, this like walk down and up the scale, which is simple but effective. And then this is the part that really got me as I was listening to this when I was trying to make a cover of it. Do you hear that? Listen to it again. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So what he does there is, there's actually a chromatic walk. So it does an octave leap, and then goes down to the flat 7. I got a diff feeling sleepy. All right, thanks for joining the stream, Dave. Hope you have a good rest. All right. Yeah, it does this chromatic walk from the 7th down to the 5th. So, if you listen to it again. And then from there, I think it's some like walks up and down part of the scale again, but yeah, so it's just some walks up in the scale, but I don't know. That I always love chromaticism in music, especially when it works. I'm like butchering that part hard. I'm sorry. I don't I'm not the best keyboardist, but yeah, the little chromatic run from the flat 7th down to the 5th. That's just another element I really appreciate.
We don't care what they say. We will be here all day. We'll stay here till it's over. Till the world's out of sight. We will stand. We will fight. It's not over till it's over.
Lyrics are very simple but effective. And this drop. The pattern in this drop is also, at least to me, it was very reminiscent of Flight, which is Tristam's biggest hit still today, I think. Until it was overtaken by Marshmallow. But anyway. Yeah, that pattern of like a low growl on the first beat, and then like this high screechy lead over the top. That was it was in Flight. It was in Till It's Over. I think there's one more song as well that that reminded me of it from Tristam, but I'll figure that out in my own time.
It's not over till it's over.
There's some parallel thirds there, I think. Okay, yeah, I'm butchering that on the I'm butchering that real hard. And then we get this interlude.
As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. And they thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did was push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day, we'll stay until it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight, it's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, we stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant, it's not over till it's over.
Oh man. This song was legitimately like a motivator for me back in the day. I'm sorry. I'm like actually getting emotional thinking about this song. Yeah, this song, oh man. Between like Tristam's lyricism and the melody and just how like the chord progression and all that, I still need to figure the chord progression out as well, but yeah, this is one of the top Monstercat songs of all time for me. Like hardly anything goes, and hardly anything comes close. This is better than Flight. I know a lot of old school Monstercat fans will probably cook me in the chat for that. This is better than Flight. That's how good this song is to me. I do wish this had gotten the attention that Flight had gotten. Because yes, Flight was like an absolute banger of a song, but this is one of those songs where like Tristam gave us art. If you know what I mean. Okay, I don't know why they labeled this as electronica at first, because I think I could tell back in the day that this was very clearly a house track as well, but whatever, we're doing it. Mr. FijiWiji. I remember I didn't listen to. There was so much hype around growing up back in the day. And I didn't listen to it. I didn't listen to it from front to back, even though everyone said like the album's amazing. Like one of the greatest on all of Monstercat even. With like it like told a story or something like that. But no, I never listened to it. Maybe I will on a future stream. But yeah, Mr. FijiWiji was like one of the kings of of like chill and deep back in the day. So between Mr. FijiWiji and Direct, they had like all of the really like low mellowed down music covered. I wonder if either of them is still on Instinct, because this would, in the modern day, this would absolutely be an Instinct release, but we didn't have the split between Uncaged and Instinct back in the day, which I really liked, because it meant that a compilation with like all these bangers on it, you could then have something like this, or like Parallax. Parallax will be coming a bit later. But you could just have something like this or Parallax interspersed among it, and it just gave people access to a lot more diverse sound instead of just going straight to like Instinct or Silk for that. So that's why I'm still kind of on the Instinct and or on the Uncaged and Instinct split, but it is what it is. And this is like another that synth right there is another classic future house type thing. It's like a sawtooth, but it's layered a little bit and it's filtered, obviously. Okay, I need to figure out what key this is in. I'm pretty sure this is an E. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's like 1, 6, 4, 5. Something like that. But for some reason that, I don't know what it is, but the tonic, that like E that it lands on doesn't entirely sound like home in the sense of a tonic note being that. I don't know if that's just me, but yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but maybe it's like a mode or something. Maybe there's like some sort of
The world I see is beautiful.
because that is like very it's like almost Phrygian adjacent, because yeah, C. Okay, that's really interesting. Because C actually feels like home on that one. So it's like almost in C major, but not quite, because it keeps hammering on this E note. So maybe it's an E Phrygian. E Phrygian or some adjacent mode like that. That's my best guess as to what that is.
The wonder takes my breath away. away. Nothing surrounding us will stay the same. And when I look into my soul, I feel something.
This one's really underrated.
It's growing stronger.
I don't think very many people talk about this song when they talk about Monstercat 016. Yeah, Rameses B is not actually incorporating a lead section here either. He's just letting Laura Brem's vocals speak for it. And this piano as well. It's very cinematic. I like that. Okay, this song might be in C again. Oh no, it's probably an A minor. That makes a lot more sense because most EDM is in a minor key. Yeah, there's just a lot of intricacies in the sound design of this one. But because it's not quite as like in your face or like aggressive as something like if Au5 made this song. I think that's why it's not talked about, because there is like a lot going on, but it doesn't grab your attention quite as roughly as some of the other songs on this album. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this song is in A minor. Beautiful interlude. Yes. Okay. Just letting the song breathe a little bit.
The lucid memories escape from my imagination. They sail away, a distant voices telling me to let go of what's broken. Just let it
Here we go. Here's the build up into the next second drop.
Get ready to fly.
Nice ping pong delay there. Yeah. Okay. I don't listen to this song. I haven't listened to the song very closely until now. Yeah, there was so much going on in that drop. So many like intricacies and layers to it. I would love to see what the project file for this song looked like. that melody in the back as well to close the song out. Huh, okay, this song didn't make the compilation. I don't remember this song. Hellberg's Back to Summer mix. Yeah, I don't remember this song. Interesting. I'll have to check that out later. Because I know Air was on O15. So I wonder why they did that. Oh, this is a good one. Okay. We're right at the halfway mark. And time check. We are 2.5 hours in. It's gonna take us 5 hours to go through this entire fucking album. Part of me part of me does regret this idea for the stream if I had known how long I would just be sitting here. But okay. Endgame by Muzzy. One of the greatest drum and bass songs in the history of the label, I think. And you'll find out why once we get started listening. So it starts out with these very like atmospheric synths. This is like the final boss of drum and bass. And Muzz, as he's known now, is very good at this. All those like sounds. I don't know how to describe them other than they're just sounds, but like they're setting the tone here. I need to take this with me to Equality on C when we fight off the Illuminate. This is like yeah, this is absolutely perfect. Oh my god, this is perfect Illuminate invasion music. This goes so hard. That ping in the back as well. It's not the same as like a pan snare in the modern days, but it accents some of the snare hits there. There's a change up. And here we kind of wind down into the interlude. Yes! Oh man, all the memories are flooding back here. So that's like the first phase of the song. And this song does have a second drop change up.
There was one spark of hope left.
But not before this interlude. And then suddenly we get strings. Like absolute cinema. Unironically, absolute cinema in this one. Nice polyrhythm there. Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't know the full extent of the chords, but yeah, immediately it hits on that like raised seventh. Okay, I was able to pick up on what the upper voice in those chords was anyway. Wow, okay, so it has a lot of these weird chromatic intervals here. So it's in A minor, but not quite. That melodic section is like in A minor, but not quite. But all these different... Yeah, that just leads it in so many like unexpected directions that add all this tension to it. Wow. Okay. So if I could harmonize that upper voice myself, I would probably start with an A minor chord, right? And then probably go to G sharp diminished. But I think actually what Muzz does there is just move the upper voice down a half step and keep everything else the same. That sounds a lot more right. That's a G sharp augmented then. And then I think it goes to, yeah, F sharp diminished there. And then G sharp augmented again. F sharp diminished, and then F major here. And then I'm gonna guess this is E major. Or maybe it's E minor actually. Let's see. F major. Yeah, E minor sounds a lot more right in that situation. And then G major. And then back to A minor. And the chord progression repeats. Wow, okay. That is... I don't know how to describe that chord progression, but it, like... That works still. Even though it's like not strictly in the key of A minor, it just works because of the voice leading here. It's all very smooth, like movement where some of the notes either stay the same or they only move by a step. And then here is where all the notes just go down to that. And then to E minor. Yeah, okay. Wow. And then here we just get the classic 6, 7, 1 to take us back to the beginning of the chord progression. Oh man, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's I I told you this is some of the like this is actually some of the greatest work this label has put out. All right, I got to use the bathroom again because I've been hydrating. And we are at the halfway point now. So yeah, we still got a bit of a ways to go, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm starting to take up that therapy exercise routine. Every time I get up, I just I try and remember to stretch and get and just get like 10 push-ups in. Okay, so we had just got done with Endgame. We're halfway through the album. This stream's gonna be like 6 hours long, I swear. But that just goes to show, like, even from old music like this, And with me having a decade of experience now, I still have a lot to learn. I may need to like quote that. I may need to do a quotation of that song now, because that's just a really good chord. That's just a really solid chord progression in the melodic section of Endgame. It's just A minor, C augmented over G sharp, A minor again, and then F sharp diminished. And then F major, E minor, F major, G major. Yeah, okay. I'll figure that out in my own time. Yeah, and then just a little bit of atmosphere to close it out. Okay, there's not much that goes on in this song, but that doesn't mean we can't pick it apart. Especially that note right there. Do you notice how that note sounds kind of out of place? Listen again. I think that's a flat 5. Let me figure out what chord this is. Is this an F? No, it's not an F. Hold on. It's an F sharp. Okay. Do you hear that note? Oh, okay. So it's actually a flat 2. Wow. All right. So yeah, for much of the song, it just hammers on this this F sharp minor chord. Yeah, okay. And then there are these pads in the background with that bass. Wow, those pads are actually doing a lot of work here. Oh, there's some strings in the back. They're like very drowned in reverb. Yeah, it's just that second and then the flatted second. So I can understand why this was one of the most divisive songs on the label when it dropped, because it is very like repetitive, and there isn't much that goes on, but I think that's part of what makes it so good for me, is because there's something about the simplicity of it and the atmosphere it creates. Like, okay, now we have some like shakers in the back. Yeah, it just probably does the 7th leap as well. There's that like synth sound and then the strings again. Yeah, that's a 7th up. And then the 5th. And then the 4th. I think maybe it's because it had the dubstep label. So people were expecting something a lot more aggressive, which was like normal at the time. But at the same time, this is Direct. I don't think Direct would have ever done something like I don't think Direct would have ever done something like that, cuz that's just not Direct's type of sound. But yeah, like I can see why this was such a divisive song back in the day, because that's basically all the song is, save for the additional background elements and layers. But I don't know. I just really appreciate the atmosphere that it creates. Like, you could put that. What would be a good game that you could play while listening to it? I don't know. I'll have to think of something. But yeah, it's super repetitive, and there's not a lot going on, and that's probably why it was such a divisive song back in the day. But at the same time, it's direct. It does a really good job of just creating this like this haunting atmosphere. Like, if you just like lean back and close your eyes as you listen to it, I swear you'll be transported to a whole other world by that song. Just try it. If you're not convinced. All right. Renzokuken by Razihel. Oh, I think the intro gets cut off in the YouTube version. But there is an intro for this song where it just has some drums. But this was unexpected when I first started listening to this, when I listened to this song for the first time. This like orchestral interlude with these spiccato strings. Completely out of left field for what you would expect normally. And the way it just keeps going too. You don't get this in a lot of modern EDM. A lot of modern EDM songs are just very like short and to the point. Like they just want to get to the drop, but there's so much you miss out on when you do that. There's another part being added. Like you normally people would just want it to get to the drop already, but it doesn't. It just lets you soak in all this sound. There are horns in the back as well. And now we get to hold on. This might be in G minor. Or maybe not. Hold on. I actually don't know what key this is in. But what I do know is this drop is damn good. Okay, it's an F minor, I think. Yeah. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is in F minor. But then that melody is in sort of the relative major key there. And then we go back to this this acoustic guitar as well. Okay, hold on. I don't even know if that guitar is sampled or not. It sounds like it could have been played. It could have been actually played. I don't know if Razihel knows how to play the guitar, but once again, it's just the interlude just goes on, and it's like, yeah, modern listeners wouldn't be able to take this. They would be wondering, like, where the fuck is the drop? But the drop is not the point. These songs are meant to, like, take you on a journey. Oh, and this is one of my favorite parts of the song right here, coming up. Whoa, why is my tracking spazzing out? Hold on, let me reset that. There we go, that like fake out right there. Okay, I have no clue why is my tracking freaking out? What is going on? Hold on. My audio tracking is freaking out. Okay, but the second drop is mostly a reprise of the first, so there isn't much to miss out on here. Is it the glare from the sunset behind me? Is that what's going on? Okay, let me try resetting again. Okay, I think it's back to normal now. That was so strange. All right. Yeah, then we get the halftime drop as well. Okay. Very good. I don't remember this being in the song. What the hell? Okay. Whatever. I mean, I'll take it. Let me see if I can figure that melody out. Hold on. Of course. Okay, of course it's the... Of course it goes down to the 5th there. There it is. Okay. There we go. I got it. Oh, more Astronaut. Okay, very good. And there's going to be one more Astronaut song here, sort of, as well. There's that classic, like, piano pattern. Hold on. Okay, I think this is in G sharp minor. And here comes the drop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So it's a very, it sounds like a rather simple, like 1-7-6. We have this melodic part, and it goes right back into the, yeah. These are like some almost Au5 type growls as well, which I picked up on back in the day as well. If you told me Au5 made this, I would have believed you. Okay, yeah, you can very clearly hear that in the pads in the back here. And the upper voice is doing something different, just to make it a little bit more interesting with inversions and all that. Oops, wrong. I can hit the wrong chord there. Yeah, these are very, I don't know how to describe it, but these are like very Au5-esque growls. This is a song that I could still not be able to recreate today. There are many of them. In this throughout this album, but like if you asked me to sit down behind my DAW and recreate this with, even with like the modern tools like Faceplant and Serum 2, I would not be able to do it. You could give me like 5 years, maybe then, but. Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry, I was trying to figure out the melody in Rain. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so it's another pentatonic thing. That's all the G sharp minor pentatonic. Okay. The Scarlet Dawn. This was one of my favorites back in the day, off the album as well. I listened to this so many times. Because I think Varien was like one of the sort of leading voices behind orchestral dubstep in this time. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is in D minor. Yeah, okay. That choir in the back! Yes, dude! Oh, that bass as well. Hold on. And then we get to the second drop right here. Yeah, this is another. I think this is another one of those that doesn't stay the same throughout. Here it comes. Okay, I'm fairly convinced this is in D minor. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is that a... Does it have the raised 7th there? I don't know. I don't think it does. Because it sounded wrong when I played it. And then here we go. Oh my god. That triplet, that triplet part is the perfect closer to that. It's just how you know that the song's gonna end in the best way possible too. Listen again. If I could actually play the piano, I would play something along to that. Spection. This is kind of the... I remember people considering this sort of the spiritual successor to Halcyon, which was Au5 and Fractal's breakout song on 013. Just another classic from back in the day as well. Already there's a lot going on. We have this choir in the back. Those arpeggios, this noise. There's a pad swelling as well. That snare... that snare is... Oh my gosh. I love how snappy that snare is. Do you hear that? Okay, so I think this song is in B minor. Oh, there's the chord change. Oh, those super saws are so good. Okay, this is okay. I don't. This is okay. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. One thing you can very clearly tell You can very clearly tell this song is made by Fractal. Like, a lot of people like to say that Au5 and Fractal sound the same, but I don't know. It's hard to describe, but there's a very distinctive difference between Au5 and Fractal's bass design. Like that bass right there. That is very clearly Fractal's bass design. Like if Au5 made this song, that bass that sort of dive bombs in, yeah, that bass that sort of dive bombs would sound very different if Au5 made this song. Also, I don't think Au5 would have this, I don't think Au5 would use a supersaw lead like that. Like, even though Au5 has a lot of very, like, melodic inclinations, yes, I don't think Au5 would use a supersaw lead like that. That's very much like the way the melodic design sounds are interspersed with the heavy ones. This is very much like Fractal's territory, I think. And that right there was a little nod to Halcyon, I think. I mean, a lot of people, I'm hardly alone in saying that, but I agree with everyone who does. Listen again. Oh, this bass patch. This might be a reused, that growl that, like, sort of dive bombs as well. That sounds like it could very easily have been retooled from Halcyon. But listen to this. The way it does that with, like, the growl followed by that that very resonant, it's like a square lead almost. But it just hammers on that as beats 3 and 4 are carried out. That's straight out of Halcyon. Yeah, the more I listen to this, the more I realize that a lot of the basses, I would not be surprised if a lot of the bass patches, that's straight out of Blue. Yeah, but at the same time, this is all very clearly like Fractal's arrangement. I don't know how to describe it. You just have to have listened to both of them for long enough. Like, if you listen to Elements, Elements and Contact as well are very good examples of what separate Fractal's bass design and arrangement from Au5's. Yeah, okay, so this song's in D minor. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I've forgotten a lot of the contents of this song. That is very different from the first drop. Oh, I think I heard that, like, overdriven guitar from Halcyon as well. Whoa, okay. Okay, yeah. Fractal went absolutely crazy with this one. I don't know why I don't listen to this one more. For me, I've always like, yeah, I don't know. The most memorable tracks for me in out of Fractal's releases on Monstercat have always been Elements and Contact. I don't know why I've been like sleeping on this one so hard. Wow. Okay, and now we've got some Bustre. Shadow. Nice little siren-like thing in the back. I know Bustre's like most popular or most well-known track is probably Combine, but oh, okay. That was not what I was expecting out of this. I don't remember this song very well. Yeah, that almond break in like half time, and it's like pitch shifted down as well. That's very good. Okay, I think this is an E. The way the square lead has that like attack to it. Do you hear that? It sounds like it's almost like struggling to make a statement through like all this like darkness in the song. And then we just launch straight into, okay, yeah. Oh, there's the lead again. Yeah, the bass line is playing in that like Phrygian mode as well, which just makes it like it just gives it like this really dark quality to it. Oh, I hear a piano in the back. There's that, yeah, there we go. You can hear it in the pad as well. It starts on E, and then it goes down to D, and then down to B. Here comes that bass again. I'm messing this up. Whoa, okay, yeah. Wow, he just made the basses so much more aggressive all of a sudden. And of course the halftime kick and stare. That's always good. Oh, I hear slight shifts in the sound as well. That's like a wavetable modulation or something very subtle like that. Yeah, okay. It's just that same, like, Phrygian riff in the bass again. Wow, that second drop hit me like a truck. Oh, I hear the piano again, too. Okay, I think I know what the piano's playing. Yeah, so that's just a very simple... Wow, that song set like a whole atmosphere behind it, and then it just like, it just hits you with so many twists and turns. Yeah, alright.
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent light.
Rezonate.
Flickers and flashes under a canvas. No,
Hold on.
nobody seems worth it. While the feeling's sophisticated, the view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer. I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit. And tell me
This would
who's
100% be on instinct in the modern day.
escaping your mind. Keep in mind.
Hold on.
Well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? While the lining isn't silver, we're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. The edge of us getting weighed.
Okay, so this is probably in like B flat minor or something like that. Or some relative mode. Yeah.
Realize the end of us is getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shade and blend the universe together in time. It only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision?
Oh wait, that's the... Yeah, this is just like a classic, this is a classic vibe. Nice like acoustic guitars in the background as well. And then the wah guitar on the front.
I don't wanna have to give a damn about you or your inhibition.
I think this is the first time we hear Rezonate sing as well.
You're the one who taught me love was not for everybody.
Yeah, if I knew how to play this keyboard, I would start like jamming over this.
Wanna see this world in the right light, yet it still gets darker. You see, it's just a simple symphony or a painting, whatever. It's a natural path that spans infinitely, but my world is crumbling. Let it collapse into the abyss. In the midst of summer it won't exist. This emptiness, it's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know.
Yeah, that's just like a classic, yeah, just a classic vibe right there. Oh! Yes, dude! Oh my god, I thought the song was over, but Rezonate decided to just give us an encore at the end. Some very jazzy pianos as well. Was this improvised? It sounds like it could have been. Oh my god, that's so good. You think the song is over and then he just gave us an encore at the end. That's literally what that is, dude. And now we're gonna hear the song fade out, I think. I've forgotten how good so much of this this album is. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom again real quick. Too much hydration. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I've stretched and gotten some push-ups in once again. Do some push-ups, get some discipline. Don't cut them corners like your daddy did. Fuck what Ozempic did. Okay, that's not what we're talking about on the stream. maybe in another stream I'll talk about that though, because that's another very interesting music-related topic. But for the time being, we're listening to Monstercat today. All right, TwoThirds. TwoThirds was mainly known for I think TwoThirds was mainly known for like drum and bass before they became Luther. And this is a song with Bijou in it as well. This is not what I this is definitely not what I would expect from TwoThirds normally. Okay, I think this is in D sharp minor again. Something along those lines, yeah. There's that very persistent D sharp above it though, in the upper voice when the chords change. Which is what leads me to believe this chord progression is something along the lines of like D sharp minor, and then B major, and then G sharp minor. Maybe it's something along those lines. I don't know. I'd have to look into that off stream. Okay. This is another one of the big ones. I probably will be spending minimal time analyzing this one just because there's so much to unpack. This is another one of those songs where there's so much going on. You just need to listen to it. Like, you can already hear little bits of ear candy in the background. Here come the drums. There's like another sort of vocal layer in the back. There's another lead down in the bottom. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 instruments going on at once. There was like a little bit of a lick there. Yeah, there's so much going on in this song. Like, just listen to that. This is something else. Like, seriously. 7 Minutes Dead's bass design is just... Okay, there's a little bit of a break in that. I'm pretty sure this is in B minor, by the way. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on, hold on. That sounded like, hold on. Was that like a raised third there? Yeah, there was a raised third. Holy shit. Already on top of like so much other stuff that's going on. And we just launched straight into this part. Like the bass line, those vocal chops, the lead section. I think there's some chords in the back. There's some keys as well. Oh, that bass line there is immaculate. Hold on, did it modulate to E minor? There was a little chromatic passage there, I think. Yeah, this song has so much going on in it that it's like mind-boggling. If I wanted to even begin to pick apart what I was hearing there, I would be doing this for like another 3 hours. The amount of attention to detail that 7 Minutes Dead put into that. I wonder what he's up to nowadays. I don't even know. But I hope he's doing all right. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it sounds like there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot going on, obviously. But, like, the way it all just overlaps and the way everything just synergizes with all the other parts, it's something that, like, dare I say it, it's something that only a seasoned musician would understand. That is like the... I can't even begin to describe it. Let's just move on. Okay, bassline Kickin. Here we go. I don't understand why this song was so divisive when it dropped. Like, I don't know if it's picking up on my tracking, but bassline Kickin, yes, I'm grooving. Yeah. So I don't know why this song got so much hate back in the day. Maybe just because it, like a lot of stuff, it was ahead of its time. Karma Fields was kind of in the same situation. Karma Fields' music was ahead of its time as well. Okay, I need to pick this apart. Hold on. Okay, so I think it's an E. But yeah, the bass, it's not even a bass, it's more like a lead section, but yeah, that's just a chromatic run up and down. Let me see if I can do this in sync. Yeah, it's just a chromatic run up and down. Very simple, yet very effective. Is there another layer above that as well? Like, is that harmonized in fifths or something like that? It's like harmonized in fifths or fourths too, I think. I think that's what it is. It's like got a fourth underneath it as well. Wow. Oh, and there's that other part. Yeah, that's an homage to Razor Sharp, because Razor Sharp has that bass line as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that from when I listened to this back then as well. Because Razor Sharp was probably Pegboard Nerd's biggest hit back in the day as well. And wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Something that Razor Sharp and Flight have in common is Tristam, and also their melodies sound very similar. But yeah, I think this is very clearly, again, tons of other people have said this as well, and I agree with them that this is an homage to Razor Sharp. That's like an octave too high, but yeah. And then here we come with that chromatic part again. Yeah, this was like, this is seriously unlike anything you would have ever heard at the time as well, so. Oh, and now it's gone into a breakbeat, yes! Oh, you can hear that like square in the background as well. Just adding another layer to it. Oh, a little bit of a rhythmic change up there too. Oh, and here comes the razor sharp part again. Yeah, that's an absolute jam. I don't know. I don't understand how anyone could hate on that. I don't know. I do not understand it. This one though, I can understand why it was divisive because it's a big room track. But we're gonna analyze it all the same. Yeah, right there. I remember that being like the leading sound in this one. That like sort of metallic-y hit sound in the back. It's like a very atonal thing. Hopefully you understand what I'm describing here. Oops. Okay, this is in F sharp minor.
This feeling hits, I gotta stay. Take this moment and get my fix, I gotta wait. My patience ain't that strong, maybe I'll keep this all night long, we'll see. Just don't take life too seriously, let the feeling come.
Yeah, okay. And then here comes the drop. Sounds like it's gonna be good, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not awful. It's not the worst I've heard from a big room song, but yes, this is how you would this is how you would get the party lit back in the day. This part gets a lot better though. I like this. Let me try and... Okay, so yeah, the melody goes like... Oops. Yeah, that's actually like... That's actually a little more, sort of A major sounding than F sharp minor, but I'm guessing the bass line compensates for that. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like yeah. Now we got the lead in the verse as well. Nice.
Take this moment and get my fix. I gotta wait. My patience ain't that strong, baby. I'll keep this all night long. We'll see. Just don't take life too seriously. Let the feeling come. Just wait for it. Let the feeling come. Feel it all night long. Just wait for it. Let the feeling come. Feel it all night long. Let the feeling come.
Yeah, it's just the first half of the drop that's kind of meh in this one, but I really like the melodic sections actually. Yeah, I remember the track by Chris Ramos off Monstercat 015 was also rather divisive on account of being well, big room.
Let the feeling come.
All right, what time are we? Holy shit, we've been live for 4 hours. How have I spent 4 hours on 26 songs? Good lord. Ooh, okay, this is a good one. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is in B flat minor. Or maybe it's an F Phrygian, actually. I remember this having a Phrygian riff in the drop. Yeah, with that little thing, that like plucky synth in the back. Yeah, okay, so it might actually be an F Phrygian. Hold on. Oh no, it's in B flat. Okay. Yeah, all right. And then we have this monologue from some sort of film about killer bees, I think.
Anything that moves, anything that makes noise, smells. They don't care what they sting. They will kill
Here we go.
anything.
Yeah, now it shifts to full on like B flat. This is B flat Phrygian, straight up. Also, I have to point out the sound design or the bass design in this one too. Like for a song titled Buzzkill that is centered around like killer bees, this bass design is just absolutely perfect for the theme. I don't know how to describe it, but hopefully if you listen, like you'll just understand. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe this bass other than it's just flat out electric. And we have that nice little growl sound at the end. We have a, is this a second melody? It is. Yeah, okay.
Killing machine, made up of rancets that inject a venomous toxin into their victims. These frightening swarms are the result of an experiment gone wrong, a deadly mistake.
True story, by the way. I don't remember where I read this, but yeah, I read that killer bees came from an experiment where scientists were trying to engineer bees that would produce extra honey. And the experiment went wrong, and what we got was killer bees. These bees that are like so much more easily aggravated at like even the slightest disturbance than ordinary bees are. And that's how we got killer bees, is because we were trying to get extra honey and engineer these bees for that. But it kind of backfired on us. Thankfully, I've never been in an encounter with a swarm of killer bees, and I would not like to experience that. But this song I think encompasses what it must be like to go up against a swarm. Oh, you can hear that sawtooth. I hear a super saw like pluck thing in the back as well, behind that like buzzing bass sound. And there's another one that's like slowly rising up. Classic. Hold on. Yeah, there's another chromatic run in there as well. A little bit of a chromatic lick. Listen again. Yeah, there it is. I can't play keyboard to save my life, but... Yeah, I was wondering why that F note didn't feel quite resolved. Like it felt resolved, but not quite. That's because that's actually the key of the song. All right, I actually don't know what comes next. Oh, okay. Oh, I hear some really jazzy chords in there. There are some notes that are like not, Wait, I would laugh if this had the same chord progression as Endgame. Hold on. It might. It might actually have the same chord progression as Endgame. Hold on. Oh, maybe it's not the same. Hold on. Okay, so I think it's like A minor, G sharp augmented, A minor again, and then F. Something like that. Very cool. And this is just another one of the songs that like perfectly fits the theme. Like this sounds like the robot anthem. Yeah, the chord progression is something along those lines. It's like A minor, G sharp augmented, A minor, and then F sharp major 7. Oh, that's an unfortunate name also. The vocalist name is Timu. That's a very unfortunate name. That did not age well. I mean, it's not like you could have known. Okay, hold on. I actually cannot make up my mind about this chord progression. Okay, I think it is something along the lines of like A minor. And then like G sharp. This is like G sharp, or what is this? This is like A minor, and then A minor major 7, and then A minor again. It doesn't sound like an A minor 7 though. And then F major 7. I'm fairly convinced that that's what the chord progression is. Or it's something close to that. Yeah, alright. Okay, I remember this remix was much anticipated because up until this point, it was from 001 until 019 that Stephen Walking had a release on every single Monstercat compilation. And many people, including myself, were disappointed when his streak had to come to an end. Has he ever talked about... I wonder if he's talked about what happened. Like he just wasn't able to get a release on 019 or something like that. But, or actually, no. Was it 019? Because 020, Top of the World 2 was 020. Top of the World 2 was 020. Excellent Choice was 017. Excellent Choice was 017. Shark City was 018. And then this was 016. Did he get Dads in Space on 019? Or was Dads in Space 018? I'm pretty sure Stephen Walking broke his streak on 019. But yeah, like people were actually fucking... Oh, it was 019 because I remember for a short time people thought this was such a funny thing to see when I typed it into YouTube. People thought Hyper Potions people just decided to type Anime Bay Stephen Walking because Anime Bay was by Hyper Potions, who are known as Sushi Killer and Kevin Vallejo at the time, I think. But people were typing, it became a trending search, like an autofill result on YouTube, Anime Bay by Stephen Walking, because it was the last song on 019. And there were just some people who were like in denial about it, because it meant that Stephen Walking would not have a place on 019. So everyone was just like, hey, what if Anime Bay wasn't by Hyper Potions, but it was by Stephen Walking instead? Yeah, so it was 019. Oh man, Dads in Space must have been like 018 or something like that. But I remember as we were getting ready to wrap up on 016, people were so nervous that Stephen Walking's album's long streak would finally be broken here. But then we got this at the last possible moment. And it was preserved until 019. But the first thing here is that the first thing you'll notice here is that the vocals have actually been pitch shifted down. So I wonder... Hold on. What key is this in? Okay, so it is in it's in D sharp minor again. Yeah, okay. Something along those lines. But already, like, the decision to pitch shift the vocals down was, like, a very interesting one. Yes. But, the drop comes completely out of left field. Listen. We got the build-up right here. This is what Stephen Walking does. Like, I think people mostly know him as the guy who, like, somehow manages to get a release in on every single Monstercat compilation. But this is what Stephen Walking does. He just finds a way to do something, like, ridiculous with his songs. Like, gosh, I can name most of his songs. I can name most of the songs he's released on these compilations. Like, Still Walking... Still Walking was 001. Top of the World was 003. I believe Strong Arm was 004. Animal Instinct was 007. Too Simple was 008. Move was either 009 or 010. Okay, maybe there's a lot that I'm actually missing. But Some Kind of Wizard was 014. Pizza Planet was 015. This was 016. 017 had Excellent Choice, and 018 had Shark City. So, it's not... What makes his sound so great is not just the fact that, like, he was one of the OGs from launch week. And I wonder if he's actually the last one remaining who still, like, regularly releases on the label. Because, let's see. Stephen Walking, I've still seen Stephen Walking occasionally mentioned. I have no clue what Faint is up to. Matt Duke has disappeared off the face of the earth. Arion has disappeared off the face of the earth. Ifixa only comes back every so often. Halo Nova. Oh no, it wasn't Matt Duke who was part of the 7 OGs. It was Neilio. Yeah. Matt Duke didn't show up until 002. But Going Quantum. Yeah, Going Quantum was the last one. Okay, so Going Quantum still works for Monstercat, but does mostly behind-the-scenes work. Halo Nova is now Varien, who fell into the NFT business at some point, and that's bad religion. And then, I don't know what's going on with Varien now, but I don't think they've made an appearance on Monstercat since their last one. I have no clue what Faint is up to. Arion disappeared off the face of the earth. Neilio kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. Ifixa doesn't really show up, except for, like, the occasional special event with Monstercat, I believe. I think Stephen Walking is the only one of those 7 OGs from launch week who's still around. That's crazy to think about. Okay, this bassline is absolutely ridiculous, though. It's like I think it's a pentatonic bassline, but... Yeah, it does something ridiculous on, like, the D sharp minor pentatonic scale. So we get that brief break, and then it switches back to this again. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, we get that shuffle timing at the end as well. That's a very nice switch up. Or it's like, it's more like triplets, I think. It's not necessarily shuffle timing, but... yeah, this is very recognizable as Stephen Walking's work. All right, last song, Rainbow Road. Oh man, I remember back in the day there was some, there was like a small amount of competition between Nitro Fun and Nanobii as well, because I think those two songs, New Game and Rainbow Road, they either released within the same week or they dropped back to back, and people were very quick to compare the two, just because they were both like so good. But this is a great note to end the album on. Let me see if I can. No, that doesn't sound right. Hold on. Okay, well the upper voice is definitely hitting an F there. Nope, that's not it. There! That's it! I just hit it. Or something along it. Wait. No, that doesn't sound right. Hold on. What? I was so convinced that was right. What? Hold on. What the fuck is this chord? Hold on. Why does that not sound right? Oh, there it is. Okay, so it is... I'm pretty sure it is in B flat minor then, but... yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's in B flat minor. So with that in mind, why am I second guessing myself so much? Something along those lines. Hold on. Or maybe it's in C minor. Hold on. I don't know. Something's about it. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, it's in G minor. Okay, I was completely misreading that then. Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah, that song is absolutely iconic though. Yeah, so it's like in G minor or B flat major or something like that. I really want to figure this melody out. Hold on. Yeah, so it's something along those lines. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. Something along those lines, but wow. Yeah, this is and I remember people being confused about why this went in the hard dance playlist as well. But yeah, we actually got both we actually got both flavors of hard dance on this album. With the hard style from Atmozfears and the hardcore from Nanobii, but hardcore was like not quite as well known at this time. I mean, we had earlier examples with primarily from Matt Duke, but I think Matt Duke was really the only major player who did like hardcore back in the day on Monstercat. So yeah, that came as kind of a surprise to a lot of listeners when this song dropped. But still, this is like. Okay, I'm not listening to it over again because this stream has gone on long enough. But yeah, that's this. Okay, I need to switch my scene back. This is an absolutely iconic album. Like I said before, this is in my opinion the greatest Monstercat album of all time, and possibly even one of the greatest albums in all of EDM. I would definitely go so far as to say that, because it just shows like everything that that EDM is capable of as you know, as a genre and as a scene. Because we got like such a wide variety of different sounds in those 30 songs, and you know, I had a lot of fun breaking them apart. And I have a lot to learn still. Even after having produced music for 10 years, there was still a lot on this album that surprised me, and that just tells me that even being as seasoned as I am, if I have a lot to learn from songs that are like more than 10 years old, then yeah, there's that. So I think that'll be about it for today's stream. Let me go ahead and change the scene here. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my voice from shouting and rambling all that and all that. Thanks for watching, everyone. I will talk to you all later.